And we're live. Live from Feeling Like Methuselah, as named by Staffy. This is the first show, right? First show of the Live in a Bucket tour, named by Soda. Hey to Jazzy, Rose and the Hurricane Rider, Doug Will or Nothing, Muty Knee on the Bounty, Jerry Bamfield's here, Staffy's here, Triple Vaccinated Mole is here, Neighborhood Watch. Welcome. New shirt? No, it's an old shirt. Did I have it the right direction? Yeah, it's a very old shirt. I was working. Didn't have time to change. I barely made it back. Then I was going to be on time and then I had a tech problem. Of course. Watch, thank you, Watch. 54 months. Thank you. Whoops. Cancel. Can I play guitar? I don't know if I can. I mean, my fingers might bleed if I try to play. I'll try. I mean, I won't be able to do much. I mean, I've probably lost 70% of my abilities. Do you want to prep? Wait, what? What have I done? But the code is EMI, it looks like. Thank you. Hey Pete. Doug's is EMI electric musical instrument. There's an instrument called an EWI, EWI. It's an electronic wind instrument. I had one years ago. Sold it. Needed the money. But I think the Rose, is time for some more learn stuff ones in the van, right? Probably not. I mean, not until I'm making money. I can't do it unless I'm making money, unfortunately. So, but if things start picking up, then I'd like to, but not until things pick up. Let's see. He says if you need money, you make bread. That's good. But on, let's see, on Thursday, it took me 4 hours to make, let's see, 9 cuts. 9 cuts. And then today, it took me 6 hours. I mean, this is travel time too. 6 hours and I drilled 44 holes in the aluminum using a mill. So it's a much more complicated thing than using a drill press. But it doesn't sound like a lot. I got way faster. I'd say the first quarter took 75% of the time, and then the remaining 75% took 25% of the time. So I was just getting used to the machines, and it was scary because basically I couldn't screw up. I couldn't make any mistakes. From now on, I can make mistakes, a few mistakes, they'll be okay, you know? But it was the most expensive metal that I didn't have backups for. I mean, if I screwed up, it'd be hundreds of dollars and put us behind another 2 or 3 weeks. So I could not screw up. So it took a long time because I was like, you know, measure once, measure twice, cut once. It was more like measure 50 times and cut once. It's really difficult measuring because there's no right angles in the van. So I'm sort of trying to fake, you know, use aluminum to essentially generate squares, but there's compression, there's so many variables. But I got everything ready now. Everything's ready to just assemble for the main 3 beams, you know, big horizontal, the primary beams of the whole van, which is this. So remember, some of y'all remember I was stressing, trying to decide, do I use, you know, the 1.5 inch profile as primary beams or the 3 inch, and this is the 3 inch. It could be, I mean, it is overkill. I wish there was something in between, sort of, that I could have used that would have been practical. But man, this is heavy duty. I had one of the 1.5 inches that span just for a different reason, and it definitely, if I push, not even sit on it, if I can just use my hands and I can push it, and it bends. These do not bend. I mean, this is. But yeah, trying to cut through. I mean, it's hollow, right? But it's a lot for a saw to cut through because it's so wide. So I had to work really slowly. It's a cold saw, and the saw moves really slowly. And each cut probably took, I don't know, probably at least 10 minutes, 15 minutes on these, just in terms of just getting the machine. And it was very temperamental, the machine. You know, sometimes it would be like butter. It would just go just right through it. And then other times the machine would just, you know, shake. And I think the blade probably isn't in the best condition. Let's see. But I feel a lot better now that this was the most stressful part, because I had to learn how to use a new machine. I'd sort of learned how to use it, but I had to do it on my own, you know. I mean, someone helped me with part of it, but I couldn't screw up. So I'm through the most stressful part, I think, of the entire van. I'm through. It's basically downhill. Is that what you said? Yeah, downhill from here, I think. I'm sure things will go wrong, but there's nothing that I'm really stressed about that I need to do before I move in. I'm stressed about cutting a hole in the roof for the fan, but I'm not doing that right away. Same with the cutting holes for the heater. But yeah, so tonight or tomorrow morning, I'll actually figure out exactly where these 3 beams go, and then it's a pretty solid connection. It's basically there's the beams that go along the van that are bolted to the van, and so this is a 3 inch by 3 inch. There's they're these vertical 3" by 1.5". So, half this. And they each have these double anchors. And then this, going to the vertical, has 4 anchors, which might be unnecessary to have that many. But they're not going anywhere. I mean, I think that it's going to be the kind of thing, if I get in an accident, like the van will be totaled except for these 3 beams. They'll still be attached, perfect condition. Whereas the rest of the van will be just, confetti around them. Pieces, what blade was on there? Aluminum can be cut with a saw blade, it really depends. Well, I'm working at a metal shop, so it's a cold saw. So it's a big deal. It's it's a huge machine. It's got lubrication that throughout the whole cut, it's sort of lubricating the blade. I think the blade is just sort of old. Yeah. Roses, you have to cut a hole for the fan. Well, the fan, the reason for that, Rosen, is ventilation. In the long run, that's important. In the short run, it's not important. But in the long run, if I don't have it, I could get mold. I could. But yeah, the idea of the fan and the roof is ventilation. But so during the summer, you have your front windows open just a little bit, and it's just going to cycle air throughout the vehicle. So yeah, it's important in the long run, but for now, it's not urgent. It's not going to prevent me from getting started. I mean, it's still pretty hot around these parts, so I might have to be, working in my birthday suit in the middle of the day. If there's no fan in the ceiling. Even if I do have a little fan, but it gets pretty hot in a closed space like that when it's 90 degrees outside. Let's see. Staffy says, if you do 8th note drum loops, does that cut off drum fills to 8th notes also? You can specify. I mean, what I can do is I can basically generate the drum fills first and then the drum loop second. Yeah. Just let me know in advance. Yeah, I can do that. Oh, so the inverter is buzzing again. Unbelievable. It worked fine the first day I installed it, and then I just turned it off because I didn't need it to run, And then it was yesterday, I think. Yesterday or Thursday, I can't remember, Thursday or Friday. I went in the van and I wanted to plug my computer in to work, because it's getting difficult to just be doing the 3D design on the computer. I want to be able to look at the computer, look at the van, look back, I went to plug it in, turned on the inverter. Bzzz. I couldn't see my face, but I have a feeling I looked crestfallen. The dealer felt bad. He said they're just going to send me a replacement, a new one. I mean, hopefully it's not because I did something stupid. I was extraordinarily careful in setting everything up. I mean, I work very slowly on the electrical. I was following a video guide that's step to step, But so I'm 99.99% positive that everything is wired correctly, But the fact that it was fine at first. That should say, right? It was fine. And I don't know, I drove somewhere. I don't know if something got unseated again, you know, and it started because the vibrations of the van, or I don't know. But they were pretty fast shipping my first order, so I don't think it's going to slow me down. Yeah. Uh-oh, is Tubi running twice? Why is Tubi doing double? Is that the only time Tubi did double? Oh, okay. Okay, Staffy. Okay, good. But it's funny, I was really stressing trying to get so these anchors, I don't have one in here unfortunately. You know, they give you these precise measurements of where you're supposed to drill the hole, and it's a large hole. It's about well, it's exactly 13 16ths, so is that it? 13 16? No, that's not it. 3. What is it? Yeah, it might be 13 16ths. It's big. And they, you know, give it to the 1,000th place. So it's, you know, it's 0.855 inches from one direction, 0.75 from the other direction, and then 6.66 deep. So, you know, and this machine theoretically does thousands. So there's an LED, a display, and Windows really wants me to do an update, and I'm just trying to wait until I'm done with this computer. So I keep saying, remind me tomorrow. So you basically, you have X, Y axes that you can control on the, that you can see a readout on the monitor. It doesn't do Z, which is a little annoying. I mean, nice to have accurate Z measurements too, but but I was, you know, I always go into these things trying to be perfect, just because I don't know if you're supposed to be perfect. I don't know. So I'm really agonizing trying to get things right, and then at one point I realized that I freaked out. I was like, oh, this is the way that the person who helped me had zeroed it out. I don't know if they hadn't done it quite accurately, or if something had got moved. And I was like, oh no, what have I done? And then I went to some of the ones the manufacturer had done, you know, and I realized they weren't accurate either. I mean, I realized there's so much room for error, you know. I mean, when I say so much, you know, you've got at least you know, an eighth of it, you know, a 16th of an inch you can screw up. Even an eighth of an inch, probably you're okay. So it'll be fine. It's not rocket science, fortunately. Hey, Blue. Hey, you're rocking Guitar Man TCB. Pieces, if it looks straight, it is straight. Yeah. And it's nice, these anchors, the screw itself is loose inside of the anchors, so even if the anchor is at a little bit of an angle, the screw can get back into angle, and just the whole van, like I said, there's no right angles in the van. There's nothing perfect, and the van is never going to be level anyway, so it's like things are just going to be, you know, sort of there. This is an 8. It sounds like a bit more play than you might want. Yeah, no. I think I'm within a millimeter. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm within a 16th of an inch. But Roses, how many screws do you have to keep up with now? Well, I did 44 today, and I have some are probably around 200, but I can't do them all at once. I'm gonna cut pieces and then do the holes, cut pieces. So it's gonna be a very slow process, because there's so many variables that I'm just gonna be going back and forth the van, doing measurements, cutting one, checking it again. Yeah. So with the first aluminum order I did, I had them cut everything to length, and I had them drill the holes because I knew exactly. It was really simple, and I considered that. I'm so lucky I didn't do that, because I would have definitely made mistakes and gotten the wrong things, and it would have been a disaster. So this is better, but it is gonna, it takes a lot of time to do all this. Rod Guitar Man said, I know when you frame pictures, it has to be exact measurements too. Yeah, the more exact, the better. But yeah, I just realized that, the vertical beam, the horizontal beams, that the van itself is not parallel to it. It's just not. It's not. And it's my main beams are slightly at an angle. So I'm trying to bring them up just a little bit so it's straight across, but I can't get it exact. But these anchor bolts, when they're tight, it's almost like it's fused together, the two pieces of aluminum. And as soon as you make a box, right, it's like with a piece of wood. When you just have two pieces of wood together like this, it's not that strong, okay? But once you make an actual box out of the wood, once you have that structure. But with the aluminum, even when you have an L shape, it's already really strong. Now the thing is that those bolts can get loose, right? That's bad. But when they're tight, they're great. So I'm going to be putting, thread locker on them, and I'm just going to, every month or two, just go and make sure everything's tight, check everything, be, spring cleaning kind of thing, but every couple of months. Okay, let's see. Oh, Staffy named a sound temporarily nuke it. This is so much drama and highs and lows and ups and downs in this fan, but I would almost make a good weekly television show and a video sharing platform. Yeah. I think maybe on my second van build. Although my second van build, if I were to ever do it, it'd be so much easier than the first one. I don't ever want to do this again, though, if I can get away with it. Drum kit. Okay, that's requested by Rose, and let's do our beats. Oh, we're super slow. Thanks. A bunch of y'all have been requesting these really slow, which I dig. I like doing the real slow stuff. Didn't used to. Pieces, building and repair a house is a lot more complicated. Oh, for sure. I never ever want to do that. Ever. Zero interest. Ever. I don't ever want to own a house even. I like renting, so it's somebody else's problem, not mine. Okay, here's our first beat. pieces, then it will be expensive. Well, from economic point of view, renting is often less expensive than owning. It doesn't seem like it. It seems counterintuitive. But it's less expensive if the money you save from renting you invest. That's why I worked for some extremely wealthy people that had 9 zeros, and one of them, they didn't own their own house. I mean, well, they didn't own it outright, right? They had a mortgage. They didn't need a mortgage, but they had a mortgage because it's more profitable to invest your money elsewhere than have it tied up in your house. And that's the same thing with rent. But again, the key is renting can be cheaper if you're investing the money you're saving. Because in the end of the day, you're not going to have an asset, right? So you need to be using that money to get another asset. Okay, there's our first beat. Okay, and then we have no sound muted. Oh, yeah, Muty, that's fine. You can name it the. You can name it that. You can. I mean, I'm assuming you mean Black Lives Matter. You can do that. Of course. Okay, we got our beats. Oops. Oh, that doesn't work anyway, does it? Okay, sounds. Okay, that's Mutant Sewers, and then we have Featherhead. I've said it before, I'm acidic. I'm so happy I chose to do this in aluminum and not in wood. I mean, it's breaking me financially, but it just makes so much more sense to me than, well, this sound's not working. And then we have U high J. Wait, that's not working either. Oh wait, fifth one should work. Oh, this is it's the fourth sound that doesn't work. So we have okay, that was fifth 50 that works. It's U high J that doesn't work. Utterly Intolerable Jive. I mean, it's just this one synth that I can't figure out why it's not working. Okay. Yeah, working with the it's like working with Legos or constructs. He says, you do anything with rhyming while drilling and stuff? No, I am so focused right now because I just didn't want to make mistakes. Yeah. Maybe by the time I'm doing my 150th cut and 150th drill hole, I'll be ready to take gambles like that, like splitting my attentions. It's fortunately, I mean, the neither machine is really that dangerous. I'd have to do something incredibly stupid, which I've been known to do, but I still should be careful, you know, the way my mind works. If I'm not paying attention, pay consequences. Oh, and Hate of Babbax, Amods is here. Soda. Electrifying Radio. He says, make sure you unwind as well. I know hyperfocus. That can be murder on shoulder because you frown and use mouth. Stretch. Yeah. My brain's designed for hyperfocus. I do much more damage when I'm not hyperfocused, unfortunately. Let's see. Oh, that's not going to work. Oh, I do have. He says, you even have music in background? No. I'm 100% focused on the task at hand. Or trying to be. So I still have fingers when I'm done. Okay, we're going to barely do it, but we're going to beat the hour. It's a weird set of sounds for a slow song. Weird set. Okay, here we go. Oh, that is totally askew. Here we go. Oh, now that feels wrong. But whatever. Time to accelerate. Thanks for those scalps. Oh. Why has it started doing this? Weird. Yes, Staffy, thanks for the reminder. Great new song for commission, yes. Is this a draft? No. Approve commission requests. Yes. I'm gonna have all these I'm gonna have, well, not of these, I only have 3 scraps of like this, but of the other, the 1.5 inch, I'm gonna have tons of scraps. Little tiny, you know, I'm probably some longer ones, but maybe I should make them into tubey heads, you know? How to do that? Because it might be a fun, because maybe I'll include them with or maybe I'll just, maybe it doesn't even have to be a tubey head, maybe I'll just include little pieces in the as part of the care packages, which I've not forgotten about. Some of y'all probably thought I have. But a bunch of people unlocked care packages that I'm going to send from the road with a bunch of goodies, and maybe we'll include just a memento from the van build. Let's see, titles. Manofplate's here with Telepathic Memories. Staffy 11th Hour. Rose in colors of a softer hue. And Mutia takes one moment to forget about me. Oh. Make sounds with this. Well, I've already done some music with, did we do that before? I tried to use it as a horn. Rosen says, sign the scraps and sell them. I I'm not a fan of autographs, so I probably won't do that. But I have a weird thing with autographs. I've always felt weird about it. I had this sort of evolution back, because I used to play clubs, and, venues and stuff back in the day, a long time ago. And at first I was like, I'm not going to give autographs at all. And unfortunately it's like I was in a little tiny band, so it just seems really pretentious not to do autographs. So I felt weird about that. So that didn't work. Then the next thing I tried is, okay, I'll give I was like, I'll give a thumbprint. And I thought, that's probably risky. I probably shouldn't be giving people my thumbprint. And then I came up with the one solution I felt okay about. And I carried a little notebook, and if someone wanted if they wanted my autograph, they had to give me their autograph. And I felt okay about that, sort of. I mean, I still would, left to my own devices. Well, that was sort of a compromise that worked, sort of. He says, what if we have scrap battles and they battle each other with spoken word and you practice your rhyming while scrapping? Yeah, I'm not sure if this is what you mean, but should a scrap of aluminum be an actual character? Or how about this? This is all from, I don't know if this is what media means at all, but this is now what I'm thinking is, so I saw me sing and I'm thinking, oh, instead of a tubie, I should just have an aluminum character, that's just sends me so much in the van. And then I thought, if it's just the eyes and we can create some sort of mouth, it could be that it's like the whole aluminum structure is one thing, right? But the eyes and the mouth sort of go wherever they want to go, so sometimes the eyes and the mouth are up here. Other times they're, hidden away somewhere. Okay, I'll write that down. I'm going to ask the aluminium character. Aluminum creature. Eyes and mouth. Move around. The structure. Never know where they'll be. But there could be two also that they move around. And they have the scrap battles. We call it aluminum gore. If it's magnetic, I don't know. I have some magnets. Let's see. Let's see if it's magnetic. Here we go. Chat, what do you think? Who thinks it's going to be magnetic? My bet is it's not. What do y'all think, Chad? So here's my little magnet. What do y'all think? Is it going to work? Well, no one's. I'm just going to do it. I'm not going to wait. Okay. No, it's not. Oh well. Moses aluminum is not magnetic. Okay. Is your longer piece? Not in the room, I don't think. Oh, drop through the longer piece? I don't have something it could drop through. Well, I don't know, would it work? Would it work in the profile? Well, it didn't work in the profile, at least that part, whatever it was going to do. Oh, I don't know if y'all can see this, but well, let me switch the camera to it. Let's see if you can see this. If I get it really close to the camera. You can't see that. Yeah, you can't see that. There are these, I don't know what to call them. Jack, y'all can name these things. They're like the devil. They're these little spiky balls that are extremely sharp. All these spikes pointed out. It's like the top of a, what's that medieval weapon, you know? Now these are from plants, and they're just end up all, yeah, it's like a mace, or a morning star, yeah, and they just attach to your clothing, your shoes, and then they come in the house. And I've been they hurt so badly when you step on them. But the worst thing is that because I sleep on the floor, it means I've turned over in the middle of the night, and my whole body weight, just sending one of these into my arm. It's the worst. But this is what I was doing today, is drilling these holes. They don't go all the way through, and I don't think I have an example. Well, anyway, this is only part of it, but this part goes right in here, right? And then there's a screw that goes through a hole in this round thing that attaches to a nut that's like this, that slides into another one, and then it's probably hard to see, but so there's a bolt that goes through this into the nut, just pulling these together really tight. And most people who do van builds, pretty much everyone I've seen on YouTube, the way they make connections are with brackets like this. They'll do this, and you'll have a bolt there and a bolt there. And the reason to do that is because it's really convenient. You don't need to make any screw holes or anything. But these are way stronger, significantly stronger. And the other advantage of these is that they're inside of the profile, right? Whereas this sticks out. This is in the way now. If you want to put a panel there, you have to put it in front of it. You can't put it in between, or it just... Anyway. Sorry. Me talking. This is all I've been thinking about for the last 24 hours. He says, can we see how many more quotes you've gotten since you started building van? Because it's like an aluminum mine. Okay. Oh, yeah, I did get that. Melodica, flute, Tine piano. Oh, and Ada Deckard's here. Melodia's Thonkfee. Oh, and Pete says, if the magnet is strong enough, the diameter of the tube is not too large, it will slow the magnet falling down. Oh, and I didn't finish explaining my thing with autographs. It's twofold. One is that I don't really identify with any name, and so it just feels weird to write anyway. But the bigger thing is that I don't like power dynamics, and to me the idea of autograph, it creates this sort of asymmetric relationship between the autograph seeker and the person giving the autograph, and I don't feel very comfortable with that. And that was why my solution was, if I'm going to give an autograph, then I want an autograph from the other person. Okay, let's see. We should have a few more titles and we'll get to a track. Backs with a rosy shade of bleak. Big Child, preparing my pumpkin. Oh yeah, it's that time of year. Jazzy, Frankenstein's Etude. Hey, welcome 420 Palace. Was it Palace Goddess? Palace Goddess? Yeah, we're going to get to... I do improv, and the way it works is chat helps me make the music. And there's a bit of a process that takes... That part of the process takes about 5 minutes. And it's... I turn someone's name into drum beats, and then I demo sounds for chat to choose which sound, and then I make something up right in the spot. And it's performance, not a composition, not production show. This is a performance show. But we're naming the improv we just finished. Because if I was a fan and I wanted to autograph my idol said, I want your autograph, I think I would reevaluate my heroes. I mean, that's part of my goal, I guess, right? I want everyone to reevaluate the idea of any sort of dynamic that's like this. I don't... I think the healthiest world is where everybody's like this, in terms of how you respect each other and treat each other. That's not to say that there aren't going to be people that have certain kinds of authority, but I don't think those people with authority are better or than someone who doesn't, Let's see. Let's end this poll. So what, I have to send an autograph or not? Well, I don't know where I feel now. I don't know if, that's not very practical now, right? Let's break this tie. And it's Manofplate, Telepathic Memories. Well, his funky says, signing your name is always different too. It's never the same, slight imperfections. I don't even know how it would sign ETC Kid. It would just be... I don't have a signature for ETC Kid, Oh, thanks, Staffy. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Okay, loading the sounds. Oh, Jazzy says, get a magazine or newspaper, cut out various letters, paste them on a page. Yeah. Like a ransom note. Sort of. They always do that. It's more of maybe a cartoon thing. The ransom note is just someone's cut out letters. Because does that mean if I asked you for a sandwich, if we were living together, you would want a sandwich back? Because roomies also have dynamics. Kind of B's purpose of asking for a sandwich from I mean, dynamics are inevitable, right? It's just there's always going to be dynamics, and in relationships, like sometimes the dynamics might shift depending on the situation, or what am I doing? Doug says this whole time was a draft. Kids can expect improvs out of all of us now. Well, says not having a fixed signature is fine. For this show, your signature should be improvised uniquely each time. That's true, right? Should always be different. Whoops. We can do we get a melody. Eighth. Gonna use those notes some point. Next improv. Oh, and Lydian is a major, so you put C minor, but what I'll do is I'll make it C. Let's see. Okay. But I'll do some minor too. He says, respect your way of thinking, but you also have to respect the fact that some people want heroes to guide their path. They're prone to get lost. You might hero without a sandwich. Well, my feeling is that we should admire and qualities and actions, right? We should, if we see somebody and we think we admire this person, I don't know how useful that is, right? I think what's useful is saying why, what is it that they're doing, or how is it that they are that is admirable, and focus on those things as opposed to the person. But I hear what you're saying, Beauty. Thank you. Etc. kid. Okay, we're gonna do 16ths in the drum fills, and we're gonna do 8th notes. For the beats. I think it's like when we think there have been some very prominent examples in the last 20 years of musicians, artists, comedians, whatever, who did very bad things, right? Did some very bad things. And one of the reasons they were able to get away with it for a long time is because people elevated them so high that it was unimaginable. It's like, if this is a good person, how could a good person do bad things? and that blinds us, right? To in the same way that people, if you say this is a bad person, right? Someone, somebody who's maybe been in jail, in prison, and then they get released. If you say, well, they're just a bad person, we don't give them a chance to do good things, right? Or we don't realize that someone who's done one wrong thing can do a good thing as well, and vice versa. And I think when we focus on actions, we're going to be a lot less disappointed when people show that they're human, that person we think is perfect actually has flaws. And it will make us much more forgiving to people who are trying to change, as opposed to just saying, hey, I know who you are, you can't change, you are this, and ignoring that their actions are changing. But we've just decided that we know who they are. It doesn't matter if their actions change, right? That's who they are. That's what sort of goes into my way of thinking. Okay, let's see, first beat. Whoops, these have to move up. Jazz, I think you might be taking definition of hero too literally. Some people use the term to mean someone they admire for a talent or attribute. It's not meant to be used in the same context as a true hero that puts their life on the line to help others. No, I know, but it's still whether it's like trying to think of an example. Let's see. Okay, there we are, first beat. And then, is there a second beat? Let's get a stab. Let's give a steady pulse. Here's another way of talking about it, is when we focus on the person, I think it makes it more difficult to actually learn from somebody, because it's like magic. It's like, wow, this person how do they do it? Whereas if we focus on what they're doing, that's something that we can then use for ourselves in learning and growing, whatever. I don't know if I didn't articulate that very well, but hey, Whitco. Oh, Rosa, I don't know if I'll have a P.O. box. I had a P.O. box the first 2 years of the show, or the second and third year of the show, and I had to pay for it, and I got 2 things in the mail in 2 years. So I don't know that I'm going to be able to afford to have a P.O. box. Chiming in the bass. Yeah, good to see you, Whitco. And then exploring the extraplanar pathways. I think part of my thing about heroes is that if you have heroes, you almost by definition have the other side of that, which is looking down on people. Not everyone, I'm not saying everyone who has a hero does this, looks down on people, but I think as soon as you, and again, not out the way not everyone's using the word in the same way. So my definition of is this sort of idea of looking up at something, right? And it implies then that you can look down as well. And let me say, I'm not perfect. In my life, there have been times when I've probably looked down, but that's not something I want to do. And but yeah, that's important to me. I think we treat each other the best, and the world will be the best place when people treat each other with respect, no matter who they are. Whether it's somebody who is homeless, or it's somebody who is the head of one of the biggest companies in the world, or the head of state, or a famous musician. Because as soon as we create a hierarchy of people, then we can justify all sorts of things. We can justify persecuting people because they're different, because we look at them as below us. So it's a very slippery slope, I think. But again, I know I'm very different in this regard, and I'm not judging anyone else, and I'm not assuming that because somebody, but I think that that's sort of what the world becomes. In between the very quality. Jazz is sometimes a request for a signature is not a request to idolize the person, rather to simply have a keepsake. Oh, I know. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah. Yeah, it's jazzy. That makes sense. Yeah. Y'all could see how I'm not fun at parties, right? I think about these things too much and too abstractly. He says, but without looking up, how can one improve? I think especially if the technical skills is a great place to look up, because that mountain peak is a place to look up to as well. Me seeing you do music makes me want to climb to the top as well, to see the view from your perspective as a musician. Well, thank you. I'm glad I've been able to provide that. I guess I would say I think I'm all for looking up to skills and qualities, right, and behaviors. It's the looking up to the person, and that might seem like a very subtle difference. But for me, there is a difference. So I would say, well, you would, instead of looking up to me, you might admire that I have worked very hard to develop improvisation skills, and I practiced many, many hours to play instruments, and so that's focusing then on the process, focusing on It's in this poll. Yes, I fully agree with you. That's exactly what I do. My take on things. If I like or dislike someone, it's me who dislikes someone or something. So I don't get mad at someone. I reflect why I hate someone's guts and I get insights. Yeah, I mean, he does a great job with villain heroes as well. As praise the Lord. One of the things I really appreciate about modern developments in, you say in television especially, and it's in movies more than it used to be, I think. I think books often had more, did this, but especially TV has evolved, where you have a lot fewer archetypes where this is the good person and this is the bad person. You know, yes, there might be the hero and the villain, but more and more there's sort of the way the hero and the villain are portrayed is that you realize the hero has flaws and you realize the villain is complicated. And even if what they're doing is wrong and needs to be stopped, and we want the hero to stop the villain or work around the villain or whatever, there's an understanding that the villain is not simple. We can't simply say they are straight up evil. It's that they're complicated and they maybe need to pay consequences for their actions. But to say that they are evil is as untruthful as saying our hero is good, because our hero is complicated. Our hero might be doing some good things, but our hero is human and has flaws. Okay, finally. Sorry for all the talking. For those of you who don't like the talking. Okay, here we go. Thanks, Staffy, for the commission. Here we go. Okay, time to accelerate. Thanks for those calps. Thank you. Thanks, Staffy. Thank you for the commission. Okay, titles. I see Tubi's title, I want a bowl of food. Double or nothing aluminum. And Jazzy with Mind Meld. Rose and the Hurricane Rider, I'm purple. And Muty by Mango. Oh, thank you. We had a donation from Big Child. Thank you so much. And Staffy, thank you. Thank you, Staffy. Donation from Staffy. Thank you so much. Thank you, Big Child. Thank you, Staffy. Thank you. Oh, thanks, Staffy. Staffy, I admire what you do, not who you are, by the way. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not saying we, I'm not saying I don't. I definitely there are people I admire for sure. All right, but I guess I think the key for me is that doing so in a way that is like this, that's not where you're appreciating someone as a peer. I think that we're all peers. There might be certain areas where one person has more skill in a specific thing than another person, right? But as human beings, I think we're all peers. Let me do some shout outs. Melodica song for Brand Muffin Tops and my Membwains. Staffy, Mr. Kitty. Mutiny on the Bounty. Spatula. Spatula is such a great word. Spatula. Spatula. I don't think I've said the word spatula in far too long. Okay, Big Child, take my anti-graph. Doug, Talk Show. Chassis. Dr. ETC and Mr. Kid. Bad Bag, something in the October air. Rose and the Hurricane Rider. Townless. Oh, Rosen, is everything sort of back to normal where you are? Rosen was in hurricane country. Is everything, is power back and... Oh, Rose, I see your question about art. Nothing I can think of right now. Thank you. He says, "Oh, gee, I saw the images. Nature's a beast." Yeah, I saw a bunch of photos of I think it was in maybe Fort Myers, or I forget. And they showed neighborhoods before and after, and they're just houses that are gone, just gone. He says, I saw sharks swimming in the streets. Was that for real though? Was that real? Or was that a... Were there really sharks swimming in the streets? Okay, let's see. Rose is kind of the power is still flickering. They had to restore power last night as a random we gave out yesterday. Everywhere else we're flooding, but we don't know how bad it got yet. Louis Funky says, I was in a chat, someone mentioned they helped evacuate 20,000 people. Guess he works for the fire department. Wow. He says, I saw images on the news here. Baby-type sharks, not jaws, or shamu and crocodiles. Wow. I think crocodiles and alligators have to be the weirdest large creatures on our planet, I think. Other than us, we're pretty weird. Just because they just seem prehistoric, you know? Mammals don't really seem prehistoric. And I know birds are, but they don't, they don't feel like it. But man, you see a big crocodile or something, and it's like, where's the Triceratops? Where's the Tyrannosaurus Rex? Rose, and you've had alligator? Tastes like chicken? Soda says, you ever look at emu's feet like Roy looked at them? Dinosaur for sure? Oh, I haven't, yeah. I wonder if there are any emu farms? Could I go visit an emu farm? Do they have those? And Rosen's named, I'm purple. Let's see. Emu farm, United States. There's an American Emu Association. Sugar Maple Emu Farm. There's one in North Carolina. Where is this one? Wisconsin. Do they actually have emu? It looks like they do. Monroe. Mole has had ostrich. Doug is shaming me for my pronunciation of. What did I say? So I said, did I say Wisconsin? What is it? Wisconsin? Is that how I'm supposed to say it? Wisconsin? Is the emphasis on the whiz? Or is it on the sin? Wisconsin. I don't know. Have I been saying it wrong all these years? I had family in Wisconsin, so I've been there a bunch when I was a kid. I should know. What are they all equal? Wisconsin? Wisconsin? I'm gonna say Wisconsin now. It's like Worcestershire sauce. Wisconsin. Have you been to Madison, Wisconsin? Wisconsin. Am I saying it? Wisconsin? I know, but Jazzy, that was Doug says the emphasis is not on the con. How am I supposed to say it, Doug? Or are you just messing with me? Yeah, I've always said Wisconsin. But Doug's a nativer, so whatever. Oh, just messing with me. Okay. I was like, is it a thing about prisons or something? Like we don't want to be associated with. What is it? Wisconsin. Okay, Doug's just messing with me. Beauty tries to avoid sin. I just say Wisconsin. Now I want to start a Dungeons and Dragons festival called WizCon in Wisconsin. Is there a WizCon? I bet there is. WizCon. Oh, and yeah, maybe I should instead of an S, I should say Z, Wisconsin. What do you think about that, Doug? Is it Wisconsin or Wisconsin? Jazz, I live 5 minutes from the Wisconsin border. 10 if I hit the 2 red lights. Emphasis on the con. So it says Swissconsin because of the cheese. What's the cheese thing that they I've never had it. Someone was talking about Wisconsin. What do they call it? It's called cheese. You know what I'm talking about, Doug? I need to go get some. Oh, I totally screwed up. What did I just do? I have no idea what I just did. Cheese curds. Yeah, cheese curds. I don't think I've ever had cheese curds. I don't even know what they are. I don't know what it is. Is it a pastry with cheese? Or is it just cheese? What is it? No idea. Little balls of cheese. What am I trying to do here? Oh, sounds. That's what I needed. Jazz says, chunks of cheddar cheese, sometimes deep fried. I mean, anything deep fried is pretty good. When I lived in the Boston area, I went to this one house for a while, like 8 or 9 years. I think it was the longest I've ever lived in a single place. That house, yeah, I think that's the longest I lived in a house, was that one place. Yeah, we had a deep fryer. Oh, so good. One time we made deep fried ice cream. That was good. I made a General Gao's chicken in there once. But the mainstay, of course, was tater tots and corn dogs in the deep fryer. Tater tots and corn dogs. Oh, I should get a deep fryer in the van. I could become a food truck, you know? Food truck. Drum kit. Oh, those didn't load, did they? Oh, does it not load sounds anymore? Did I disable that step? Rose, the food truck will be massive undertaking. Yeah, no, I'm not serious about that. I'm not serious about that. I was actually looking at looking at job sites, and because I didn't know, I think the only job I think I'm interested in doing is dishwashing. That's the best job I ever did, and I had no idea it was hard to find dishwashing jobs, but I looked I checked a couple, but I was looking in San Diego. There's lots of dishwashing jobs. I don't know if maybe they get filled. I don't know if, but I was encouraged. So I wish I could just have a shelf stocking job, no customer interaction, come in after hours, unpack things, arrange shelves. Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to. I want a job where I can be alone with my thoughts, so I can work on stuff the whole time. The only other thing I thought about is a night watch at like a night at a hotel or something, but I think that would mess me up a lot. It's just the weird sleep hours. Where's our kit? Okay. Beats. But yeah, restocking shelves, that could work too. With sodas, something like that, maybe. Easy we get you to work at a music store. It won't last long, we both know if it could make great content. Oh, do you see how tense I got just thinking about it? Oh, that sounds terrible. For me, just for me personally. I'm sure it's great for other people, but for me, that would destroy me. But yeah, I could see doing, something where I just do jobs for like 2 or 3 weeks, different jobs. That could be a fun thing to try. Oh, another one is I could be the guy on the highway that holds the sign that says stop. Although that's too much responsibility. I don't want, that's too much for me. Rose says, what would be a dream job? Improvising and practicing all day. That's my dream job. Improvising and training for improvisation. I say practice, but it's bigger than that. It's training. It's those two things. That's my dream job. Okay, beats. No, these move up. It's all right. I forgot about that. Oh, these, let's keep this on our, let's actually ever, I'll just add it. That's what I'll do. Hugwee says, my dream job is to make video games. That sounds awesome. Is it, Hugwee, are you interested in the coding part? Or the graphics, or just coming up with the idea for the game, or all of the above? There's lots of, if that's something you're interested in, Hug Queen, there's just tons of resources on the internet to start making little games. There might be some people in chat who could even direct you if that's something you're interested in. I'm sure you'd be awesome at it. Okay, that's slightly at an angle. Melodica is Thogfee, so we're just moving these up. I don't know, let's move them. Oops. I meant to put these here. Queen says not coding. Basically all of it. So this is my original college degree was video game development. Then I switched to computer science. Yeah, I heard that working for companies doing video game design is not fun. Or they just work you extremely hard because everyone wants to do it, and so they can treat you terribly, right? But it seems like doing games for fun or being your own boss. I mean, that was what I was actually starting to do just before I had the idea for this show, and that in a parallel universe. In a parallel universe, instead of doing this, I'm making mobile games. I had this idea for a music game that was basically like it was inspired by I might still do it someday, so I won't say too much about it, but it took elements of things like Tetris, but it was not a traditional Tetris, and it combined it with music, and yeah, I don't know, maybe someday I'll have a collaborator. I'm definitely not interested in coding it, but if I ever have money, in the unlikely event that I fall in a hole and find a pot of gold, then maybe I'll hire someone to make it for me. Rose's wait, you can program game. Well, I mean, programming is programming, and there's different kinds of programming has different skill sets. So I would need to develop additional skill sets, but I also had an idea for a game that was going to be an evolutionary. It was going to be using evolution. As I forget most of what that idea was, though. Except that it involved evolution. Okay, sounds. I only drink Jameson whiskey. I don't know if that's a request. I assume it's a request. I don't actually do requests. I do improv. I just make up music. It's very interactive though. Chad helps me make the music. These are sounds that Chad has chosen, and I'm going to demo on them and I'm make something up live with them. And it's not a production show. It's not a composition show. It's a performance show. So this is like genetics and stuff. All more games only play with genetics. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It was sort of like I haven't thought about it in probably 7 years, but I think it was vaguely like Pokemon, but with genetics instead, where you're actually, and maybe Pokemon does this now. I don't know. Maybe I'm sure there's another thing that already does this, but yeah. Doug says, "Kid blurs the line between improv and just chatting." Yeah. And then we have acquired taste. Pieces, I just dusted off my programming skills again, but I forgot how much time it takes to just fix stupid little things. OMG, instead of actually working your program. Yeah, programming, I think, is, I don't know the exact ratio, but it's something like, it takes, let's say it takes 10 minutes to write your little code. It's going to then take anywhere from, if you're lucky, it'll work the first time, but usually it's going to take another 10 minutes to an hour to debug it. Yeah, I feel like if the only way to really get into coding is you need to enjoy the debugging. If you don't enjoy debugging, if you don't enjoy things going wrong and it being a challenge to work through it, I think it's going to be very difficult to enjoy coding. I'm sure there's some people who are able to do it, but just so much of coding is it's not coding, it's figuring out why something doesn't work. Snowfall beneath the street lamps, and then we got Black Lives Matter, our new sound. And then Electric Buzz. Because it's just only adding all the fields, knobs, buttons, make it work. My code is done in 5 minutes. And then new exploding fizz. Okay, y'all pick which sound starts the improv when it goes on screen. Whoops. There we go. Do light show? Yes. Okay, it's in this bowl. He says, what is your nightmare job apart from the music store? Bet you would disintegrate in corporate world. I mean, honestly, most jobs I'd be pretty unhappy in. I don't want to be responsible over other people. I don't like power dynamics, as we were talking about before. So anything where I would be sort of bossing people or making decisions on other people, I would not like that. I don't like having clients for creative stuff. You know, it's just usually stressful. So between those two, it knocks out so many different things. I had for people to know, for about 5 years, I remember 5 or 6 years, 8 years, I can't remember how long. I had a production company, a video production company, and just it's so stressful. And before that, I was. It's hard to. The easiest way to describe it is as a consultant, but I did a lot of different things as in that role. I did writing, I did research, I did computer stuff. If I could magically find a job like what I did in my 20s, I would do it. But it's not something you can find on a job site. The nature of what I was doing, I was extremely lucky to find clients. Well, they found me, and yeah, I was very lucky in my 20s. Very lucky. Because they wanted someone who would work on call, but they didn't need me that much, and I just wanted to practice and do music and art and whatever, so it was an amazing job to have. Pieces every consultant does, yep. But what would be my most nightmare job? Chad, what would be your most nightmare? What would be the worst thing? Although I don't know if I'm setting up to hurt people's feelings. If someone's like, hey, that's my job. Useless jobs aren't meant to make you happy, they make you money. So does anything where I have to be beholden to the customer? Power dynamics, yeah. You know what job I would be terrible at? Soda. I saw Soda mention waitress. I would be the worst waiter. Because I just can't, unless I'm interested in something, I can't remember stuff. And even if I'm interested in stuff, I don't have the best memory. But like, I would be so bad at keeping track of people's orders. I'd be horrible. So bad. I feel sorry for anyone who would be waited by me. So this is the minute somebody yells at me, I would cry. I would quit. I would quit on the spot. If someone's in that kind of work environment, I would quit on the spot. This is not appropriate. I mean, I think the only time it makes sense to yell is a safety issue, right? Then it makes sense to yell. Like if I'm about to cut through my hand, people have permission to yell at me, But outside of that, okay, here we go. Misa's nightmare job in assembly line. I can't do one thing repeatedly or I get anxious. See, I could do that, Muty, if I could think about something else at the same time. That would be great for me, right? If I might make a mistake then because I'm not thinking about it. But yeah. Stavis is door-to-door salesman. Oh yeah, that's tough. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Time to accelerate. Thanks for those scalps. Oh, happy birthday, Chills. Chills' birthday yesterday. Happy birthday. Oh, we had a raid from Jerry. Thank you, Jerry. Thank you. Hope you had a great show. Oh, and thanks to Muty. Muty gave a sub to Chills. Thank you. Oh, and thanks, Soda, for the donation. Thank you. Oh, hey to Nerf Termer, Spazify. Oh, Nerf Termer, I see Nerf Termer's message. Frontline customer nightmare job. Frontline customer service, hospitality. Been there, done that while going through university. Nerf says, the real kicker is I work nowhere near as hard as I did in that job, and I get paid now 8 times more. It just isn't right. Says, are you able to manually change my birthday? Yeah, I could change it. I think. I mean, yeah, I can. What do you want it to change to? Yeah, I think it's not Staffy. It's not. I didn't want people to be able to change it willy-nilly, you know? October 2nd, okay. So yeah, once you set it, it's all set. User meta. Find. $10.02. I think I changed it. Oh, I blew it. I blew it. I'm way too dramatic when this happens. It's not that big of a deal. I wasn't paying attention. I skipped a step and now I have to backtrack. I hate backtracking. Okay, chat. Let's see, dashboard. 7332, okay. Chat requests, title, Isn't it 332? What? Oh, 331, right. Okay. Mutiny of the Bounty with Jumping Over Devils. Rosennetyle assembly required. What is Sophie? The only anemone is the one on my head. One more. Ugly with dangerous. He says, my title is JOB abbreviated. Never understood the power of words hiding in words. We shout out some other titles. Sabertooth Tubi with Toby took a long time to answer the survey. Chilsey Timpani Treasures. Soda, don't eat your fingers. Staffy, if it wasn't for the dust, we would have avoided all the corridors. Oh wait, when is the I need to do this. Oh, and when is the deadline? I should be fine though, I got an extension. Okay. Beauty, Graveyard Shifting Gears. Doug Will or Nothing became Top Bug Maverick. Top Bug Maverick became Doug's Bunny. Rosen the Hurricane Rider became Power Surge Rosen. Jazzy became You Can Jazz Me Al. Whoop. And then You Can Jazz Me Al became Jazzy. Okay. Thank you, Rosen. took me about, man, it was about an hour. I don't know if anyone saw the photos of all the anchor connectors in the van build channel. They don't come put together, but I had to verify that they'd given me what I ordered. And I think it took me about an hour to just put everything, because there was something like, how many did I have? It's like 300 of them or something. It's so many of them. Took forever. And it's ugly with dangerous. I can't remember if I wrote this in the on Discord, but when the aluminum order arrived, there was a big hole in the box. And at first I thought it was missing things. I was just not happy. But it was everything's there, I think. Milestones, we've got Hug Queen's 350 a song. He says, those anchor things look so cool all laid out. I did not understand extent of work and project till I saw that picture. Yeah, it's a lot of things. Hey, Garlic Press, asking if I've heard of the band Camel. I don't think I have. Have you heard of the band Sopwith Camel? I know Sopwith Camel. They're a band from the late 60s, early 70s, I think. And they have a song that I really like called, what's it called? Something Wizard. It's a really fun song. The lyric goes, but I should check out Camel too. What is it? Is it Dancing Wizard? Is that what it's called? Dancing Wizard. Yeah, Dancing Wizard. The lyric goes, feeling down, I'm acting grumpy. I'm a fool like everyone else. I'm a falling down, dancing monkey. I need to be by myself. I've actually covered that song before, a long time ago. Camel. Okay, I'm gonna write Camel down to check out. He says, how long did it take you to unload the pallet off truck? I was lucky. The guy that dropped it off, he had a dolly, a long dolly, and he was able to get it onto the ground. And then together we were able to pull it into the driveway. Yeah. And some of y'all heard me think, you know, it was listed as being 800 pounds, and that didn't make any sense, and it was really worrisome, you know, because either it meant I'd done math wrong, or they had screwed up my order. But it must have been a range where, you know, anything over 400 pounds is 800. I don't know, but it was together. It was around 420 pounds, 440 pounds. Hey, Nick Borsellino, how you doing? Garlic Press says Camel was early prog rock. Huh. Yeah, I feel like I know that era fairly well, but obviously not that well if I don't know them. My favorite from that era is probably Soft Machine. Early Soft Machine. Nick says, I haven't seen you in a long time. How are you? I thought you were moving to a van. I am. Just, I've had delay after delay, but it's sitting in my driveway. And today it's getting close. I mean, I have a floor, I have insulation, I have an electrical system, and today I was cutting aluminum, I did that, and I was doing drilling aluminum. So by tomorrow night I'll have my main beams, and then all next week I'm gonna be doing a lot more cutting and building. But yeah, I'm behind. I mean, in a way I'm behind. I'm 5 months behind, but most of the delay is that I didn't get the van until June because of the market. Yeah, I'll check it out, Garg Press. I'll check him out. Next is, do you have an estimated move-out date? I mean, as soon as possible. But, you know, my inverter was defective. I sent it back. They sent it back to me supposedly repaired. It was good when I first installed it, and then it broke again, I guess. So they're sending me a new one. So I don't know how many of these little problems I'm gonna have. I mean, I think something awful would have to happen for it to be another month. I mean, but realistically, I think it might be another 2 weeks. But I'm terrible at predicting how long things take, you know? So. But after this song, I'll show on screen what I still have to do with my 3D model. After this song. Since I've been talking so much, gotta get the song in. Let's see. Drum kit. Oh, Tubi sing. Tubi will try to remember. First up, we got a beat for Hug Queen. All right, here's our first beat, then Jerry. Awesome. Whoops. For Jazzy, we've got LTM. Okay, sounds, dug under improv. I and I. Oops. And then federal gunshots. That didn't load though. Unless you're Jenkins. Toots on high. And then lastly, duct tape. It's a beat. Yeah, Liquid Sound Source Improv. Muses we think fan will be done by Ween of Howl. Can we do a spoopy stream? It better be. Well, there's gonna be me basically living in it, and then there's Dun Dun, and I think Dun Dun probably won't be for another month or 6 months. I don't know, because the things that I'm waiting on are solar power and the fan and heat. But I'm definitely gonna have to install heat pretty soon. And I might spend one night in the van and freeze and have to do it immediately. But yeah, those are the big things that I don't need right away in order to start living in it. But yeah, what day of week is Halloween? Calendar. It's a Monday. Whoops. Why don't I have the light show turned on? Wow. Oh, I'm glad I didn't delete what I just thought I did. I would have destroyed the show. What, did I just delete them? Roses, what is left for the build? Well, I'll show after this song. I'll put it on screen. He says, consider retro blankets amazed at the heat versus power consumption. They consume little or no power. Yeah, I'll probably go. I mean, the problem is I have limited electrical power, and the diesel heater uses a different fuel, right? It uses fuel, so I'm definitely gonna need the diesel heater. But I could, the electric blanket could be a. If I need to get one that has a very low wattage, that very low power, because I'm going to be in a very small space, so it might be that it's enough. Actually, now that I think about it, yeah. But I've seen some. There's some. They make them for truckers. They have DC ones, because I wouldn't want to run my inverter all night. That would be very inefficient. But they make DC powered ones. Okay, so I guess that's not going to load. I'm going to have to manually do it. I don't want to wait for this. We're just going to do it without the light show. Doug says the buzz would keep you awake. Well, yeah, the current buzz. Oh, it's ugly. It's an ugly sound. But yeah, the inverter uses power even if nothing is on. It just wastes. It's very inefficient. Well, not very, but it is inefficient. I wouldn't say very inefficient, but. Oh, jazzy name sound, long-term memory loss. Yeah, I demoed LTM, yeah. Here we go, time to etceterate. Thanks for those cows. Just for the song we were talking about, prog rock. That sort of was, that was a little proggy. Whoops. Stavis, you got a prog in your throat. My brain is thinking through all these prog bands trying to come with a comeback. Couldn't think of one. Oh yes, that was what I should have said. Stabby says, you got a prog in your throat? I should have just said yes. Yes is one of the most well-known progressive rock bands. Josie, you love Yes? I love their song, is it Long Distance Runaround or something? Muses, do you look up to them? No. Don't. I like them though. Spaz says Breakdown of Solid State is an awesome album title. Breakdown of the Solid State. Feed says I respond with In Your Theater of Dreams. Yeah, Chad, what's your favorite progressive rock band? So I said mine is Soft Machine. That's my favorite. Who else do I like? You know, I don't know that. I feel like they're like a poppier version of prog that I like is Supertramp. I mean, you know, they've got a little bit of prog, but they're more classic rock, I guess. But I guess yeah, they're probably more classic rock. But other prog bands, so I like some Emerson, Lake and Palmer. I like some Jethro Tull. Joe says Supertramp was the first 45 robot. Man, it was old. Ouch. I love Supertramp. They have so many good songs. I don't very often like piano in rock music. I like organ, I like keyboards, I like claves, and I rarely like piano in rock. I love piano in jazz, I love piano in classical music. For whatever reason, I rarely like it, but Supertramp is one of the exceptions. They have a bunch of piano that I don't. But yeah, for that reason, I've never been big into Elton John or Billy Joel. Okay, titles. Welcome to, I'm not sure to say, Aguijon 6, something like that, with Gorilla Synth. Muty with bucket mouth. Rose and captured isotopes. Jay says, what's your favorite super champ? Oh, let me do one more title. Let's see. I like almost every song on Breakfast in America. And I really like the album before that. I think it's called Crime of the Century. But you asked songs. I'm not great with song titles. But let me look at a list and I'll remember what. Much better with album titles than song titles. And Staffy in Perfect Brightness. Yeah, Goodbye Stranger. I love that one. Soda wrote Goodbye Stranger. Logical. I love Logical Song and Take the Long Way Home. Yeah, Logical Song, Goodbye Stranger, Take the Long Way Home. Those are favorites. And Crime of the Century. Let's see. Crime of the Century, I love Bloody Well Right. I like that song. This is what's your favorite album cover theirs? I have to say, I do not like Breakfast in America album cover. I mean, it's a classic cover, but I just... It's a perfect illustration. You know, I've several thousand vinyl records, and I've spent so much time going, not in decades, but when I was in my teens and 20s, going through albums. And there was a distinct change that happened between 1973 and 1975 about when album covers dramatically changed. It went from the sort of hippie, spacey, abstract kind of look to suddenly just, to me, sort of crass commercialism, just glossy and cheesy. And Breakfast in America is a perfect example of, I think, of this sort of, what happened? Like, what happened? But I'm pretty good. I can generally guess the year of an album by its cover. I'm not always right, but I'm pretty good at it. In the 70s. Well, probably through the late 60s through the early 80s. I could probably guess the year and be within a couple years every time, almost every time. I know I shouldn't speak categorically because I'll. Let's see. Let me write. Okay, progressive rock bands. What are some other progressive? I'm sure I'm forgetting some that I really like. There's some King Crimson that I like. Mike Oldfield, Tubular Bells, I like. Frank Zappa, I know I'll get in trouble for this. I don't like vocals on Frank Zappa albums at all. I basically have a hard time listening to Frank Zappa because of the vocals. But there's some of the, I mean, I like a lot of the music, and he was so influential on, yeah, but I just can't, it's hard for me to listen to. And Doug says, old man Frank Zappa. Pieces, I'm also struggling with Zappa. I'm very confused by Zappa because he writes, a lot of the music is gorgeous, just epic and beautiful, but the lyrics and the vocals, it's like he's embarrassed about the sincerity of the music. And I know I probably just don't understand it, right? I just don't understand what he's trying to do. But it seems like there's just this discomfort that Frank is uncomfortable with what the music is expressing, and so he's using lyrics to try to I don't know. I just don't understand it. I don't understand why he did it that way. Jazz says, you're not the only one confused by Zappa. I think everyone's confused. Blue says, if the listener doesn't get it, that's not entirely the listener's fault. Well, I mean, a ton of people love Zappa, right? And they get it. I think, well, even if I didn't speak English, it's the way the vocals are just stunned. It's just I don't understand that the way you have such different emotions between the music and the vocals. And it's not just the lyrics, it's the performance of the vocals. It seems like two different bands. That doesn't feel cohesive to me at all. It makes me sad because I just think the music is amazing, a lot of it. And it's just, why did you do this? Why, Frank? Why did you do that? Let's see. But I just don't understand it, so I'm wrong, because someone else, lots of people get it. I don't. B says, I only like Zappa if I put my mindset in that time period. Going back in time, I listen to it as a whole. I can't stand it. And people are going to hate me saying this, but I have the same with the Beatles. Rose is like, he's not sure of his own vocals. I mean, the analogy I would give is somebody who says something sincere and then they feel uncomfortable about it being sincere. And so they make a joke about what they just said. That's what it sounds like to me. The music is sincere and the lyrics and the vocals are insincere. Like he's embarrassed. Like that's just the sense I get, is Frank is embarrassed about exposing something that's true in himself. And so he has to make a joke out of the lyrics and the vocals. And it's not that I generally don't like comedy in music, but like, to me, like, if I listen to, say, Weird Al, the music and the vocals seem in sync with each other. There doesn't seem to be this war between the two. I just did keyboard. Oh no, 2B sang on it. Pieces for Zappa, the vocals are almost like a comedy act, but I guess that's the whole thing. It's all a joke, but musically high tech at the same time. But I guess it's that a lot of it is to me, the music, if you take out the lyrics, I mean, there's certainly some songs where the music feels in sync with the comedy, but there's a lot of stuff where, I think Frank might have been one of the first people to do a lot of stuff with Lydian, right? And Lydian is just this gorgeous mode, just gorgeous. He might have been the first one to do, I don't know if he was the first, but he was one of the first, if not the first, to do a progression that is just iconic, which is going from a major, going back and forth between two major chords right next to each other. So I'll say G major to A major, and the Lydian comes from that C sharp that's in both of them, that's in the A, right? So you have this, and that's been used so many times, and it's a beautiful sound. I'm not sure the first song he did it in. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe the lyrics in that weren't common. Again, I haven't listened to enough of, because it just bums me out. So there might be a lot of stuff that I would like in its entirety, and I just haven't been able to get through it, get to the parts that I would like. Muses going to be all the sums. I think Frank might hear a different emotional connection in his soul from his altered state. I don't think Frank was a drug user. Someone might verify. I think Frank was actually, or at least he didn't want his bands to use. I don't remember. I think Frank. Can someone verify? I don't think Frank was really much of a drug user. Yeah, Frank is at least this. Yeah, he didn't drink either. It's. I don't know if this is accurate what I'm looking at, but yeah, he was not into drugs. I'm shocked to hear that. I thought every band was wasted back then. Yeah. Right. I mean, if anyone, you would think Frank Zappa was a druggie, but, meanwhile, you got bands that were really middle of the road, like, I don't know, what's a middle? I don't want to, I made that sound negative, so I don't want to say any band, but there were plenty of sort of just really relatively unoriginal classic rock bands in the 70s that were using gallons of cocaine and probably using psychedelics and whatever. That let me shout a few more titles. Specify continental consonants. Pete, halftime feels fine. Doug's Bunny, clutches and cogwheels. Jazzy, truth and a rage. Hug Queen, Area 51 and a half. I really like that one, Hug Queen. I nearly put it up. Area 51 and a half. That was great. Soda, you want to fry me? Staffy, second to none. Muti, whiz contrast. And Rosen, scrupulous curiosities. Doug said, I don't think they measure cocaine in gallons. Wait, you've never seen people carrying around in milk jugs? Isn't that actually a slang term? Is it milk? Isn't there a... And it's Muti's named it Bucket Mouth. I don't think I'm right. I don't think it is. Staffy says, pour some sugar on me. I didn't know that. That was one of my favorite songs as a kid. I loved that song, Pour Some Sugar on Me. The songs I remember from being in elementary school that I loved was "Shout" by Tears for Fears, "Pour Some Sugar on Me," Def Leppard, and the theme song for Axel F for Beverly Hills Cop. Those three tracks probably. And then later in junior high, I think I loved Rhythm Nation or I loved this song called Black Cat by Janet Jackson. That was the first cassette I ever bought, was Janet Jackson Rhythm Nation. Probably first music I ever bought. Oh, Soda, you love that as a kid too? But yeah, they would play they during recess at my elementary school. They would play songs during recess, which was awesome. I don't know, and I just remember, yeah, we'd be playing Foursquare or kickball. Two awesome games, by the way. Okay, Muty's named it Bucket Mouth. Oh, good night, Pete. Yeah, I'm a big. I love Janet Jackson. Let's see. Okay, we're gonna do our few post show things, and then I'll talk about the van for a little bit. But I'm not gonna talk too late. Okay, our show is live from well, nothing's working. Live from Feeling Like Methuselah. We did 4 tracks: Telepathic Memories, I'm Purple, Dangerous, Bucket Mouth. Oh, Dodgeball. Oh, another game I remember from being a kid is in my neighborhood when we waited for the bus. This was the old days, I don't know, when there were still children. It's like there are no more children anymore. I don't know where they are, inside, I guess. But I lived in a neighborhood with lots of young families, so they're just, you're waiting for the bus, there'd be probably 25, 30 kids at the bus stop. So it was awesome. And we played a game, we called it Pomp, but I guess it's also known as Monkey in the Middle. I think there's lots of names for it. It's really simple. You just have one person starts in the middle of the street, and everyone tries to run across. And if you get touched, you're now in the middle too. And so there's more and more people in the middle until there's nobody left. That was so fun. So fun. Pomp. Yeah, there was a big cul-de-sac, and we had permanent kickball bases painted onto the street, so we could play kickball. Yeah, it was a fun neighborhood to be a kid. I feel like our Generation X is probably the last kids to have that sort of that kind of childhood, because Nintendo came out right when I was in 6th grade, I think, or at least the first kid in the neighborhood who had Nintendo was when I was in 5th grade, I think, 6th grade. And I think that with, and I'm not saying it's better or worse, it's just it's different now. But there was maybe I don't know, a 100-year period where kids didn't have jobs and they did stuff outside, Prior to that, they were probably working in the field or doing something, but let's do our shout outs. Superstar Mods tonight, Tubi. Roses keep well, I'm not saying it's better. It's just saying different. Old Man Frank would say it was better. Or worse. Whatever it is more, right? It was so much harder in my day. Things were so much better in my day. That's not the voice. That's just me. Oh, we had a raid from Jerry. Thanks, Jerry. Thanks for the donations. Thank you, Staffy, Soda, Big Child. Thank you so much. Thanks. Oh, a cheer. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see that. Are you still here? Is it a Guijo 6? Let me just make a note. I want to thank them. I missed it. Thanks to the gifted sub from Muty to Chills and Pete, and 54 months for Watch. Thanks to all our workers and chatters. The 16 names you see on screen are the name of current tour name of any one of the songs made work. Crest on one of the songs we featured. Blue is full of pizza, Chillsy, Doug's Bunny, Hug Queen LD, Emily Big Child, Jazzy, Jerry Banfield, and Manofplate, Melodica, Sunk Feed, Muty Knee on the Bounty, Power Surge, Rosen, Sabretooth, Tubi, Staffy the Bad Bags, Triple Vaccinated Mole, proud member of House AstraZeneca, now adopted in House Moderna, wow, soda. Or subcredits. Oh, they're ending it? Oh, is there no, I guess there's no subcredits tonight. Huh. There's no more hosting? Huh. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, I am not up on Twitch's plans. I was, early on in my early days on Twitch, but not anymore. Raids are fine, no more. What's the rationale? Oh, so you mean, so when I do the raid, it won't continue on my channel anymore. Staff says host when you're offline. Yeah, I get it. Because I wasn't sure if you, because I know people just have auto hosting, right, where they'll just be hosting people all the time. Huh. Okay. We're not going to be looking at this for much longer because it's going to be done. So what I was doing today was doing all the holes to attach these pink ones with the purple. They're all actually silver in real life. And these are the main beams that everything above, obviously, on my bed, all the drawers are going to be. So what I have to do after this, so tomorrow, I can't, the metal shop I'm working at is closed tomorrow, but but when it reopens, so next week I'm hopefully going to be getting all of these cut and there's going to be a gigantic drawer that's in here. There's going to be a drawer here, both 4 feet long drawers. I'm probably going to have a 4-foot drawer here. And then this is going to be closed off, and this is going to be accessible just when I'm in the bed loft area. So I'll put all my blankets and maybe I'll have clothes, I don't know what, up there. And also I still need to make this part. But the desk, this thing is already built and working. Rose is just why we do more shows without glasses. Probably. Because when I'm doing Tommy, I usually wear contacts. And if I film Tommy and then do a show, I'll probably still have my contacts on. So yeah, probably. So we made the decision to deprecate this feature, Soda essentially quoting Twitch, because the experience it delivers to viewers doesn't match their expectations when they come to Twitch. Viewers want to interact with the streamer when they're live, and host mode blocks this from happening. That makes sense to me. So yeah, the things that I need to do before we move out is finish the structure, so do the carpentry for all these drawers, and I need to do a little bit more wiring. I don't have, that's not critical because I have enough wiring done that I could work with what I have. I've got one outlet, but I'm going to put an outlet up here. I'm going to put an outlet here. But that's not a big project now that I know how to do it. It's not critical, but I probably will put up wall panels before we leave. Like a lot of the finishing work I might not do right away. I can't decide on the ceiling if what I'm gonna do. Right now there's just insulation, but I still need to make the curtain, but I've been waiting on the curtain until I decide on the walls. So a curtain right here in between the driver's seat and this area. And yeah, I need to make, this part's pretty complicated. The sliding instrument rack. I mean, there's a lot of, it's sort of agonizing actually, the measurements, because getting it right, because things have to be very precise. They can't, if they're too big, if they're too small, I'll have a problem. If they're too big, it causes other problems. So this drawer is where a microwave is going to go, so it has to be wide enough for the microwave. But I want it no wider than it needs to be because I want my bed to be as wide as possible while still having room for the sliding instrument rack. The challenge with the sliding instrument rack, you don't see it in this graphic, is the doorway curves. But the instrument rack has to be at least 40 inches in order to fit the guitar in it. So it's just, because there's very few straight lines, it makes it difficult. Stabs if you build enough to test the sliding. The desk slides fine. And the instrument rack is sort of complicated the way it's going to work. It's going to be a 2-part system because I need it to be able to slide both ways and have things that slide on it. So there's going to be this part right here. So this blue part can slide in and out of the van, and it's just going to be it's just what you can see. It's whoops. You know, it's essentially two-dimensional, and then on it are going to be two different sliders. One which is the instruments right here, and then there's going to be another one which is basically a clothes rack, which is right here. And so I need the instruments to be on the far side when I'm playing outside in the van, but I need the instruments to be on this side, so they, if that makes sense. Yeah. But the way this blue thing is going to work is I'm going to have a channel. It's going to work like a sliding door or something. You know, there's a channel on the bottom that it will fit into and a channel up top. So we'll just slide in that channel. And then there's going to be a lip on it right here that the instrument rack will sit on the lip. There'll be a little, so that it can slide off and on. Yeah. But I don't know how well it's going to work, my idea. It took me a long time to figure this out, and I still don't know. I don't know how well it'll work. But yeah, Staffy, I only have what's on screen. I haven't actually tested anything. But I'm not sure if you were asking about the desk or this, but the desk concept works, and it slides in and out of the van. So I'm optimistic that my thinking is going to also work for this other idea. Because the desk is very heavy. The desk frame itself weighs 65 pounds. And it's going to have about at least 50 pounds on it. Whereas the instrument rack is not a lot of weight. The instrument rack, the instruments themselves maybe will be 20 pounds. And this frame, I'm using thinner profile. I'm using 1-inch profile, which is half as heavy as the 1.5-inch. So this will weigh very little, which might make it not work as well, right? The weight might help it work better. I don't know. He says, why not swap bed area with instrument rack? You sleep inside part, shape your body to the van. The reason for that is I also need vertical height for me to be able to sit up. So I want to be able to sit up without hitting my head. And the roof curves. So I have more vertical height in the middle than I do on the side, if that makes sense. It curves at least, I think at least, I don't know exactly, I think it's about 3 different instruments. Rose says, I wonder if putting the instruments at an angle, I thought about that. You don't gain enough. Worst case scenario, what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to basically have the guitar head stick out of the top of the rack, and when I slide this out of the van, basically have to sort of lift the guitar out independently. That's a worst case scenario. If I'm not able to have a 40-inch tall instrument rack, if I have to do a 38 or like a 36-inch or something. Meaty says, you thought of everything. I will have spent more time looking at this and thinking about it than the actual act of building the van, without a doubt. Way more time thinking about it. Way more time. I bet it's been 100. I bet I've spent easily over 100 hours thinking about all this and planning. Easily over 100 hours, yeah. Maybe a couple 100 hours. But this is too bad you can't just fold the guitar in half. I actually was researching folding guitars for that reason. Because that would make things so much simpler. The guitar is... Yeah, so basically the way out will be that I'm thinking is the... I mean, the guitar obviously is not a big box, but that's sort of the approximate size I need for the guitar. This is the guitar, this is the sax, flute, I think. This is the trumpet, Melodica. But yeah, there'll be the trombone. There's no way the trombone would fit regularly. I mean, I might bring the trombone every once in a while, and I might bring the Tine piano every once in a while. But the trombone, the bell is so wide. So basically, I'm limited by the size of the trumpet. The trumpet is 5 inches, the bell. So this needs to be 5 inches. Whereas the trombone bell, I think, is... Well, and the trombone's too long anyway. The trombone is probably, I don't know, 50 inches. Rose says, what if the rack was flipped 90 degrees with the guitar weighing on its side? Work better? Not the thing about, so this is going to be pretty tall, Rosen, when I'm standing outside. I'm going to have to reach up. So if the guitar is on its side, it means these other instruments have to be on their side, and some of the instruments would be extremely tall for me to have to reach them. Does that make sense? But with them all vertical, then I don't have to, I can reach them easily. That's the reason. And also, it would require it to be wider, and I'd have less space here for clothes or whatever. Blue says, if you just start building, it will take way longer and cost several times as much. Diligent planning is worth it. Yeah. Yeah, this would have been a disaster. I mean, even with the amount of planning that I'm doing, I am still finding problems in my plan. You know, still. And one of the issues is that I just sort of trusted this layout. I didn't make the van 3D model. I used someone else's. It's pretty close, but there's some things that are inaccurate. Like where this is inaccurate on here. It's actually up here, you know. And where there's just a bunch of little things like that that I didn't realize right away. I had to change my plans and so for scale, so this bar right here that goes in between the beams is about 65 inches. Right there, 65 inches. Right here, my bed, right now it says it's 36.5 essentially, but I miscalculated on something, and I'm going to have to, it's actually going to end up probably being about 34 inches. Oh yeah, the piano keyboard, right. Yeah. So yeah, the piano keyboard is almost the full width. The piano keyboard is 50 inches, I think. Stav said, because you got the taller roof. Yeah. Yeah, this is the mid-size van, I think, is the issue. So this is not actually where the top of the roof is. My van is up here. not where the pink is, but where the top of where the pink and the yellow meet. And this is not really going to be a permanent bed per se. I mean, because I've been sleeping on the floor for over a year now, just on carpet that's an inch thick. So I've gotten used to not needing much padding at all. So this area is sort of multi-purpose. It gives me a way to access the back door in emergency. If I'm in the van, I can exit the back. It's sort of a transport place because I'm going to be moving stuff. If it works out for me to do shows where I start outside and I go inside, I'm going to use that central channel to slide stuff across, as opposed to having to bring it outside of the van. If I end up realizing I need a lot more stuff, I could put stuff in here while I'm driving, and I could just have straps or something. So that's a lot of storage space for driving. But ideally I won't need to, and ideally that space will generally be empty. So I'm not having to constantly move stuff. Rose says, will we see a physical image? When there are changes, I'll post images. There just haven't been changes, but when I get these beams up, I'll post a photo. Because that's a big step. But yeah, Rosen, tomorrow I'm gonna be figuring out those beams. It's gonna be a little difficult to actually put them together because they're light but not. I mean, this is about 20 pounds, and it's long and awkward, and it's difficult to get things lined up. It's a little, yeah. So it's gonna take. I'm sure it's gonna take me a couple hours. Media says, can we paint aluminum this color scheme? No, it's gonna just be boring silver. Oh, and Media says, we use straps for instruments. I don't 100% know what I'm gonna do for the instruments. I think so. Foam is super expensive, incredibly expensive. If I were to get foam for this whole area. So what I think I'm going to do that's cheaper is get insulation, the pink insulation, get 2 layers of that and carve out the basic shape and then put actual foam, soft foam, so that the instruments are snug, and then have straps that go over them. That's my tentative plan. Rose, and insulation would be the pink, not the soft fiberglass, but the hard foam insulation, which people use for making, cosplay stuff. Stav says, have a camera mounted to the bars. Yeah, one of the things that I like about the bars and why I want it is it gives me tons of mounting places to put things, to mount lights, to mount cameras, whatever. It's really flexible that way, whereas wood, I would just have to, make decision, and then if I do it too often, I'm gonna have all these holes everywhere that I'm gonna have to patch. But I'm not, the camera stuff, I don't know. That's probably something I'm gonna figure out as I go. But I think for streaming, to start, I'm just gonna have one camera, but I'm gonna be filming with 3 or 4. And the reason for filming with 3 or 4 but only doing one camera is for social media stuff. Because I'm not going to be able to, I'm going to have to do coding in order to have camera switching, because what I'm using on the PC does not work on the Mac, so I don't know how big of a project it's going to be to get camera switching during the show. Yeah. Staffs, you got those grippy octopus camera holder tripod. I've got a lot of different kinds of mounts. Yeah, I just have one of those grippy ones, but yeah, I'm not sure yet how I'm gonna do it. Ideally, there'll be, well, they all have to be portable. I mean, what I'm thinking is that oh, oh, here it is. So this is gonna be my portable gear thing that's going to slide from one end to the other when it's, but so that's the laptop. That'll be a second monitor probably. This probably won't be there, but I'll probably have a basically an attachment here with the camera, and then maybe a long bar that's a camera, so that when I'm outside it's all connected. I don't know yet. He says, how cool would it be if you could guide a camera along one of the rails, since it already is a sliding rail? That's a good idea. I could use it for, I mean, I could definitely use it for filmmaking. Yeah. For getting some nice slider shots. You can buy this aluminum with finished edges. So, I get it this way, right? But it could be solid, and you can pick how many sides are solid. It could be all 4 are solid, or just, with only a few exceptions, I got the holes everywhere because it gives me flexibility. But like the desk is actually smooth on the bottom, so that it can slide. And I also got smooth for this thing, so it can slide easier. Rose says, will Camera 3 get a new arm strap to start stocking again? Probably not. Unless I'm rolling in money. No. Yeah. It's nice, but, well, it would be sort of cool outside, right? Because then I could sort of walk around. But the arm thing wasn't that important in here. I mean, it would have helped because I'm not always in frame very well, but it was very important in the old studio because I did move around. But yeah. But, I'm sure I've made some huge miscalculation somewhere, and that something is not going to work at all like I thought it was. It might be a pipe dream to actually be able to do the shows inside and outside. It might just be way too complicated to do that. I don't know. We'll see. I'm bummed that I'm starting so late. It's going to get cold soon. So I don't know if I'm going to want to do shows outside when it's, 40 degrees out. I probably won't want to do that. I definitely wouldn't be playing guitar I could do keyboards okay, but guitar is almost impossible when it's cold. But it's fun. I mean, it's cool when it's cold. You know, you see the breath. I think it would visually look cool to do it. Staff says the cold impact. No, it just impacts your fingers. Um, yeah. Blue says tuning is a big pain. Oh yeah, I didn't even remember that, but that's absolutely true. I mean, the brass instruments literally change tuning the more you play it because you're starting to heat it up just with your breath. Rose is what will you do when it gets cold? Well, I'm assuming that I'm going to have to do at least a fair number of shows inside simply if it's raining. So, yeah, we'll do a show. That's why I wanted to get a van as opposed to a truck, because with a van you can see through the windshield while I'm doing a show, you know. So I'll be sitting here, the camera will be pointing right at the windshield behind me. And if since I'm starting later in the day, usually when the sun is not as bright, you should be able to see outside okay. You know, cameras are not as, they don't see as well as our eyes do, usually in terms of dynamic range. So, you know, it might be either too bright or too dark sometimes, but at least part of the time you'll be able to see outside. And another possibility is I get something called ND to make it less bright in the windshield and just hang it up during shows. Mead says, whatever the process, make sure it's most convenient. What I mean is don't overexert with 100 steps so you get tired of doing it. Yeah. So theoretically, it shouldn't be a big project. It shouldn't take more than 5 minutes, I think. Because the instrument rack should be really easy to slide in and out. The keyboard rack works well. I just have to lift up and rotate the keyboard, which takes a little time. And then this, the idea of having it slide on the top is there'll just be two or three cables, I forget, running off of this. And I shouldn't have to unplug any cables. The only cables I'll have to unplug, hopefully, are the cables coming from the keyboard. But I think if I'm sure I'll get sick of it, Muty, eventually. I mean, I might get sick of it right away, but 5 minutes is not so bad if I can do it about that fast. Blue says, ND like neutral density filter. Yeah, so for filmmaking, Blue, they sell sheets of plastic that is ND filter. So what if you're filming in a house and it's bright daylight outside, the windows would be totally washed out. You wouldn't see anything, right? So you put ND in front of it, and if you have curtains, you can't see that there's ND there, but it just allows you to. It works exactly like ND on a camera. Yeah. But I feel like it'll be a lot more fun for people if I can do the shows outside, So I'd like to try to make it work if I can. Blues, I have one for my camera, makes long exposure outside actually possible, yeah. Yeah, they're really important for filmmaking because you need to keep your shutter speed very low, like for a long exposure. I mean, you need to keep your shutter at 50 frames a second. I mean, 50 shutter if you're shooting at 24 frames a second. So 50 is going to be blown out in sunlight, so you need a lot of ND to film. Rose says you might have to plan for a cable budget. I know Jonathan August to factor in. Yeah, I mean, cables tend to last pretty long. I mean, I was in a band playing shows, and we didn't have that many cables go bad. We were replugging a lot, you know. And the nice thing is that I now fixing a cable is a lot less intimidating than it used to be. Thanks, BDB says, I encourage you to get sick of it eventually because you deserve a huge tour bus. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks. Blues is back to previous combat. Cameras not have a dynamic range. Yeah. I mean, we could get RELXs or red cameras. We'd spend like $30,000 on a camera. Then I might not need it. Since I'm gonna have to do the inverter again, so there's the cables that plug into inverter. There's two that are pretty easy. They're the 4-odd cables, but then there's the cables that go into that are the AC out and the AC in. So there's 3 cables on those for each one. There's your what is it? Your ground, your neutral, and your positive, or your what's it called? Your lead. I forget what it is. These 3 cables that have to go into their line, yeah, into individual receptacles, and it's the worst design. It's really difficult to get them through, you know, and to get everything tightened. I can't believe I have to do it again. I'm getting really good at it, I guess. The electrical box is pretty close to where it's going to be. These things, well, I guess no, these are missing. That's what it looks like right now. And what these would be, these would be solar stuff if I have both roof and ground solar. And then this is if I have the DC to DC charger, which is the alternator. Rose's ET on the new inverter. They said they were going to ship it yesterday. I didn't get any confirmation, but so I assume in a week. But these are those being shipped overseas? No, just from just 2 states away. They're being shipped from Nevada. So shipping was really fast. When I sent it to get fixed, it got sent to Tennessee. That was a much longer trip. Yeah. Oh, another thing I need to do is I need to build my chair toilet. That's important before I leave. Blue, yeah, this is inverter number 2. So they repaired it. They sent it back to me. It worked the first when I first set it up again, and it was quiet and sounded good, and then I tried to use it 2 days ago or a day ago, and the buzz was back. So they're going to send me a new one, which will be inverter number 2. But a lot of the aspects of this I'm going to be figuring out once I'm in the van. Like, I don't know exactly the organization in the drawers, and I'm hoping that I essentially have more. I don't want to fill stuff up right away, because then I'm in trouble. If I start with everything full, there's nowhere to go from there. Rose's Elisa toilet chair can be built tomorrow. Well, no, because I'm building the toilet chair out of the aluminum, so I need to be able to go to the metal shop to cut it up, which is going to make it probably a little heavier than if it was a wood chair, but I don't know if maybe there's something I'm forgetting that I need to do that's big. I don't know if I'm going to get the fridge right away. I mean, I don't know. It's so much money. I did get the microwave. I ordered a microwave, because that affects the dimensions of this. So I needed to know I need to know the exact, but Doug says, Tubi, couldn't you double as a microwave? Roses, get the fridge or else you might be going to grocery. No, I would just eat lots of dry food, Rosa. I'm definitely not going to grocery. I will not ever be going to groceries day. I would rather starve. Well, not starve. I would rather fast than go groceries every day. I'll just eat tons of oatmeal. I'll eat oatmeal for every meal. And I'll have apples and carrots that don't need to be refrigerated. But that wouldn't be healthy in the long run, so. But the fridge is a lot of money. The last big expenses are that I still need to throw on credit cards or something is the fridge, the heater. The heater is not it's not that much. I mean, it's a lot, but it's about $150. Whereas the fridge is going to be like $400 to $500. The fan is like $300 to $400. Staff says, can you put it on the wish list? I can, but it's $400 or $500. It's just a huge item. So. And then solar. There goes those pesky ideals. You mean about that it's expensive? Yeah, I could I guess I could. But I'm gonna have to get it I'll have to get it eventually, whether or not it's taken off the wish list. But yeah, I should. Yeah, I guess I'll put some more stuff on the wish list that I don't need right away, and hopefully. I could put the fan too, actually. Doug says that's why they call it a wish list. He says you have to get a fridge so we can make a running joke. How it's running, but Tubi isn't. Yeah, Rose, and unfortunately, a freezer is not an option. The problem with basically every fridge that they make for vans that would fit is you have two sections, and both sections can be a fridge, but only one section can be the freezer. And which section is it that's the freezer? The big section, which doesn't help me at all. Right? I need the small section to be a freezer, not the big section, because I wouldn't have space for all the stuff I need. So it's, yeah, freezer's not an option, sadly. But I probably eat better without a freezer. It's better for me not to have a freezer. Anyway. Bruce is so heavy and super power hungry. A fridge. Yeah, the fridge is be like 40 pounds, and it's going to use the fridge alone will be using approximately there's probably going to be 20% of my electrical every day, the fridge. Plus, you're living off the land, penguin's good with a fishing rod. Hey, Andy. No, this is blender. Yeah. Those are the sort of big questions that are going to have major impact on how everything works. One is how much will my actual electrical usage be? Not the theoretical, but the actual. And then the other is, can I actually get reliable internet? The light show might have to be an unlock. Because it uses so much power. At least, I mean, I think I would get a different projector because my projector it's gigantic and it uses a ton of wattage. So there's probably a smaller projector that StaphyGames unlock a sunset. Yeah, we'll see lots of sunsets. I mean, if my van is pointed the right direction, you know. Since show is during, well, not during the winter, but yeah, even during the winter, every show will have a sunset. Rose's we be able to bring the light show, not to start. I have a feeling that if we do the light show, it probably won't be for 6 months. As he says, theoretically, since this 3D model exists, you could print a 3D print a tiny version of this van. Yeah, I guess so, yeah. Yeah. The bigger problem, Rosen, is going to take coding, time, and I don't know if the computer is going to be powerful enough. We're going to really be pushing. I mean, this is, I basically got the most expensive MacBook I could get. Not because it was most powerful, I should say. That was not the goal. The goal was not to spend money, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to do the light show also. The light show actually does take some serious power because of the effects. Just playing the videos back doesn't take much power, but Rose, I say go back to the light bulbs. Those light bulbs, when they shattered, made a mess. That's the thing. They were a nightmare. I mean, they didn't, fortunately it wasn't glass, so I wouldn't cut myself, but they would explode all over the studio. The radius was like 15 feet. Literally, I'm not exaggerating. It was at least 10 to 15, maybe 20 feet, where when it blew, it just everywhere. Staff says they shattered, yeah. I don't know, somehow the way they were built, it was the big round ones. The smaller ones didn't, if I recall, weren't as bad, but the big ones exploded. Yeah, it was a mess. But I like the light bulbs, Rosen, but the smaller ones I don't think would, but I don't know if I want things hanging around. It's just, I think they might get in the way, And I don't think I want to do a lot. I don't like doing show setup. It's my least favorite thing that's related to this show, is show setup and post show. Right? Like, it's a job. It's a straight up job. I don't like it. So, yeah. That's what Muty was getting at earlier, right? Muty knows I get sick of the logistics. He says, can't use an LED light strip. I've basically done almost no thinking about lights. To start, I'm just gonna have battery powered stuff. I'm gonna literally have just these panel lights that I had from video production. But I don't need lights when I'm outside, or I might need just a little bit on my face, sort of the front of me, But there's the sun, and then when I'm inside of the van during the day, if it's too cold, I have a giant softbox behind me and a softbox sort of in front of me, so just a little bit of light will be fine. So I'll have backlighting from the windshield, But most people that do van builds, they put these round LEDs into their ceiling. But I still don't know what I'm doing for the ceiling. So I'm just not going to have... I think I need before I make decisions on the lights, I just need to sort of live in it, I think, for at least a week or two and get a sense of... But I'll probably mount lights up here because I can clamp them to the beams in the van roof. Yeah, and he says just superheat line with natural gas blowtorch. He says if you're going through there, you go in and out, the lights may be a problem, yeah. I mean, the light show, I would like to have it. I think it helps. I mean, it makes social media stuff more visual, a lot more visual, and I mean, I think for many of you, you've seen, I haven't updated the program in years, literally, and y'all have seen all the animations a million times by now, but I had so many ideas for the light show that I've never done. Oh, good night, Staffy. Thanks for the support and the commission tonight. He says, what if you drilled more holes in Lumina and had lights run through the bars? You mean use literally sort of like create shadows and light, you mean through holes in the bars? That's an interesting idea. I mean, you weaken the integrity of the aluminum if you go all the way through, because the main that center is the main strength. So I don't know if it would, from a structural point of view, it would work, but it's a cool idea. I mean, you could. It doesn't have to be the bars even media. It could be, right. It could just be. I could just have plastic that has holes in it, and shoot light through that, and that wouldn't weigh anything. Yeah. Does it just run an LED strip through the one there? Well, you're not gonna really see this part when I'm in here, right? Because the camera is going to be pointing away from the structure. Well, I guess that's not true. There would be, I'm planning to have a shot right here that's a side view. And if it's wide enough, then you will see the structure. So yeah, so potentially, yeah, LED strips in those holes, that's a possibility. Yeah, that could work. Rose, what we use for lighting the van away from the show? Well, I just have these. I'm just going to use these for everything temporarily. These are panel LED, and they're battery powered. Although they also have, I could also plug them in directly. But the nice thing about living in a van is that you don't need light except for a few hours a day, unless you're a night owl. I'm not a night owl. So I don't expect that I'll need light that much, except sort of during shows I need it. And at night, I'll probably just be working on a computer, so I can see everything I need to see on the screen. So I probably just will save electricity and not use lights at night, unless it's a show. And he says, light show program still looks new. It's like the Wile E. Coyote. I've seen them all. Each one is still unique, though. Well, that was, I did a lot of work with the effects, which makes them more different, right? Because there's lots of times where they're superimposed. And so the superpositions where you have two lights going at the same time, right? Those are, there's 500 lights, 500 times 500, right? There's an insane number of combinations that can be made. Yeah. What is that? 250,000 combinations. Yeah. I would like to have, there's lots more things I could put on. It's just not practical time-wise. Whoops. That was the list. So when I do the shout out, I see people say my names rather than just the list that you see on screen, which is people's usernames. But yeah. Okay, well, I'm gonna wind down. I lost track of time. I didn't mean to talk this long, so thanks all. I will see y'all on Tuesday, hopefully. I'm actually gonna skip out on a raid tonight because I really need to just go. But oh, thanks, sweetie. Thank you, everyone. Rosa, what's the plan? No, just I'm keeping busy. Yeah, I'll do whatever I can. Yeah, and I'll be in the metal shop on Monday again. Okay, thanks, everyone. Hope to see y'all soon. Take care.